Morrowind, because I also wanted to play that, but wasn't able to stream yesterday, so I'm gonna try and do it today. Let's see if this brings it up. Okay, good. I'm turn on some music, but just have it background. Sorry. Okay then. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I have a criteria. Um, Technically, it's supposed to help me with placement. With kind of a point system, but yeah. So one is design. Two is how well is the character written, in my opinion. How deep is the character written? Cool factor of them. Is the concept of the characters well thought out? And how clever slash creative are the characters, what they do. Um. So. Turn this down just a tad. Is this all of them? This just looks so. No, because it's more in a row this way. Okay. A weird list. But I thought it would be fun to do. So, personally. Alright. So, first one. I'm just putting them there. That's not the actual rank. So, not one. ACDC. His design. I don't really like his design, but I don't think his design is bad. So that's at least one point. How well is the character written? I say he's written pretty well. Down to him facing Joseph, to essentially him being like loyal to cars and whatnot. I wish there was more to him. But that's not an indicator of bad writing, in my opinion. 3, how deep is the character? I don't think he's that deep, honestly. Right? Because you again, it's kind of the problem with part 2, even in my opinion, is that Wamu is probably the main villain in that part to me. Because Cars and well, actually, I would say Cars has more of a deep character, has more depth to his character than ACDC does. So, no, I think that's point lost. So that he's not an S tier. Cool factor, yeah, he's pretty cool. I'd say his well, I guess the cool factor, and then how the last point in being how clever or creative are the character's actions. His like fire blood and the way he uses it is very gross and cool. So at least he gets those 2 points. Whereas, is the concept of the character well thought out? And I would actually say no. Again, that's kind of the problem where I think that's where I think if I think there should be more to his character, this is I think where that would be placed in. Excuse me. Is that the concept of the character is not really well thought out because there should be more to him. Right? So I think B is fine for Cars or ACDC. Okay. I don't think there's gonna be. No, let's just wait. Let me not say anything. Now, while Moo, on the other hand, design. I love his design is. I mean, it's simple, but it's not bad. And the problem with JoJo characters is they have different outfits, so it's kind of hard to judge by that. So I'm kind of just going with initial design. Well, I guess the main villains don't really change. So I guess never mind. Never mind. What am I talking about? I mean, actually, Wamu changes his outfit like once. So. How well is the character written? I'd say pretty well. He's a great character, and again, like I said, he feels like more of the main villain than even Cars is. How deep is the character written? I'd say he has some depth to him, even from the fact that he from the start where you first meet him, being the whole not wanting to be stepped in, or not wanting anyone to step in his shadow, right? And the fact he's just kind of like a warrior. I mean, you probably could just say that's not really deep, but I would disagree. That's more depth than ACDC had, so that's something I could at least latch on to. Cool factor, yeah, he's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean his tornado hands are really cool. He's like a wind god, practically. Concept character well thought out. Yep, I would say he's well thought out. Honestly, probably he's an S tier. Maybe that's some glaze, but probably me. I love Wamu. So how clever and creative the character, very clever. Wamu is probably one of the most clever of the Pillar Men. So nah, he's an S tier. This fucker. Cars. His design, yeah, you can't say Cars isn't designed well. How well is the character written? I would say not very well, mainly because of the ending. He kind of just changes his whole character out of the blue, which I kind of don't like. It's more like he kind of changes his whole personality to basically keep the plot moving, which is kind of the whole problem with part 2. Is kind of a lot of random bullshit happens. How deep is the character? I'd say they're pretty deep. Right, with the whole wanting to be the one to rule over the one weakness that they have, which is the sun. That I will say is some there's some depth there that I personally like. Cool factor, he's pretty cool though. Even when he becomes his perfect form. Is the concept of the character well? No. How clever, creative the characters. It's hard to say that he isn't clever in what he does. Damn. I don't think his concept. I don't think the concept of his character is well thought out. I don't think it's written badly. I do think he's written. He has some depth to him. I did say that. Damn. I guess he would be in an A tier then. Even if I don't like him, there's a lot of good. It's mainly just the ending where he completely flips his whole character, whereas I don't like. So, besides that, I guess Cars isn't that bad of a villain. That's kind of perfect, actually. I think AC/DC is definitely the weakest. If you had more of like, its problem is that these two have a backstory that kind of tie together, whereas he's just kind of there, unfortunately. So, all right, now this fucker. He probably, I'm gonna place them all in S tier and then go down if I have a point that I don't think they have. Design, I mean, he has multiple, and they're all really, they're all good, so, no. How well is the character written? Extremely well. How deep is it? Very deep, like, cool, he's very cool. I honestly, he's an S tier villain, in my opinion. Concept, the character well thought out, very. How clever, creative, he's extremely clever and creative in what he does. So, yeah, easy S tier. Here's another easy S tier as well. Like, great, awesome design, a very well written character. So 3. Does Kira have really some? No, he's a serial killer, so there's some depth in that kind of aspect of him. His serial killer, like the little ticks he has, like the whole fingernail thing. Like, nah, there's some depth there. He's super cool. The concept of his character is really well thought out, and he's very clever with the whole Killer Queen, right? And I have King Crimson instead of Diavolo. Mainly because like, I know it's Diavolo, but like they're kind of the same, right? Like, Diavolo is King Crimson to to a point, and you're mainly fighting King Crimson and not Diablo. So design, really well designed. I love his design. How well is the character written? I would say he's written pretty well, Diavolo. Yeah, I think he's written well. How deep is the character? Ooh. Well, he's supposed to be like the pseudo reincarnation of the devil. So, I think in that department, he fills it very well. Concept of the character well thought out. I think he is. How clever are the character's actions? The whole time skip aspect of his stand is very cool, and makes sense for the devil. Yeah, okay, yeah. He's an S tier villain in my opinion, with all these factors. Uchi, I think also probably an S tier. I think his design is very good. I think he's well written. I think he has. No, never mind. His backstory is like is amazing. He's pretty cool with his stand and just what he does in general. I think the concept of his character is well thought out, and how clever creative are his actions? I think his he's like his stand like evolves and he has to do some insane shit to do the evolution. I think that's kind of cool. That's some clever stuff with his character and what he does. Alright, now that's all. I had a feeling all these were going to be S tier, in my opinion. I didn't think cars would be up so high, though. Tao Pai Pai. Design, his original, and then you have his cyborg design. I think it's top notch. How well is the character written? For just being like a powerful mercenary, he's pretty well written, right? And then eventually being the brother of the Crane School master, right? So there being some connection there is really nice. How deep? Not really. He's just a mercenary, right? And there's not really, you don't really see like his any backstory of him. He's just kind of like an evil guy, which honestly might be a lot of Dragon Ball villains. cool factor, I think he's pretty cool. Is the concept of the character well thought out? Yep, I think he's like a... For where Goku is at in the story, I think he's perfect for making his character grow. And I think he's very clever. He literally kills someone with his tongue. That's pretty cool. It's pretty clever. King Piccolo. Design, it's good. It's simple but good. Easy to remember. How well is the character written? I'm trying to think. I think it's written pretty well though. For, you know, the next big bad for Goku. And then I do think he's pretty deep because he's like the evil part of Kami, right? And I think there's some depth, not a lot, but more than I think most Dragon Ball villains have. And there's some world building with him. Yeah, cool factor, he's pretty cool. Can't not say that he's not cool. The concept of the character well thought out. Yeah, I would say actually yes. Now, how clever or creative? I'd say he's creative. Okay. I think King Piccolo is an S-tier villain. Well, let me think about. I guess if they're not super deep, then maybe they should be ranked down further. I guess it needs to be more than they are just an evil guy, right? If there's more to them than just are they an evil guy, then I will, you know, give them the point. Raditz. Great design. I love the old Saiyan armor. I was gonna say power armor. I don't know why. I got ball on the brain as well. How well is the character? Very well. He's like a great villain to start out the series with having both him and Goku dying and being the brother of Goku. And then he's the setup for world building as well. Like, there's honestly, Raditz might be another S tier villain in my opinion. Nappa, I would say I probably could put him in A because I don't think Nappa's that deep of a character at the least. Design, he's a big buff Saiyan dude. I don't think his design's great. It's basically like, it's not bad, but it's not great, right? He's just a big buff Saiyan. How deep, how well. I think he's written very well though. For being the basically the gatekeeper to Vegeta. Is the concept of the character well thought out? I would say that. Um, how clever or creative? I think very clever. All of his stupid little moves, from the finger explosion to his mouth beam. So he's at least a B tier character. Vegeta, I think, you know what, he might be just an S tier character, right? Because I'm talking about Saiyan. Like this is like main, I guess, into the Frieza arc as well, when he's like still a villain, right? Uh, was Nappa, so I don't think he's designed well. I think his character is well written. I don't think he's that deep. I think I saw. I think he's designed well. I don't know what I'm just like trying to think. It's like, well, it's basically just, you know, Saiyan armor, but yellow, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't really like. I think it looks good on this though. Uh, how's the character written? It's pretty well. How deep? Not very deep. Cool factor. I don't know if he's very cool though. He's very creative in what he does, but I wouldn't say he's cool. At least to me. You know, yeah, that's perfect. Perfect placement. Vegeta, I think I already said it already in S tier because got a good design. I think it's well written. I think it's pretty, has pretty some, you know, it's got some depth to him, more so than I think every other villain on here. He's definitely cool. Got that cool factor. The concept of his character, very well thought out, with him being the whole nature versus nurture. Right? He's the nature versus Goku's nurture. And I think he's pretty creative and clever in what he does. Well, this makes me argue Raditz is clever, creative. I would argue no, actually. He is cool though. I'd give him that. How clever and creative is Vegeta? I mean, him being the whole him doing the great ape like moon thing is pretty cool. I like that. It's very creative. All right, yeah, yeah. The Ginyu Force. They're like the main villains before you get to Free, in my opinion. The design. I mean, actually, I like their all one of their designs. I mean, they're not unique. Actually. I mean, you don't forget about them, to be fair. So I guess they're not designed badly. How well is the character written? I think the Ginyu Force is I guess for what they're supposed to do in the story, they're pretty well written. They're not badly written, in my opinion. And they serve the purpose of the story pretty well. But how they're not that deep of a character, though. There's no real depth to them. Just them being like evil mercenaries, basically the same thing as Mercenary Tau, right? Cool factor. Ooh, yeah. I don't think they're that cool, though. Unfortunately, they're not that cool. I think they're well thought out, though, for the concept of what they're supposed to be. And they are very clever and creative for what they do. With Gulo being the time stop, Ginyu with his body switching. Then you have, then they get kind of less interesting with the other three. I forget their names. Raccoon, Birder, and Jace. I wouldn't say they're as creative. I do think Gulto and Ginyu kind of make them more creative. So design, I'd say they have a good design. I think they're well written. They're not deep. They're not really. They don't have really the cool factor. I think their concept is well written. Ooh, but the cleverness. Unfortunately, only 2 of your members are cool out of the 5. That's less than half. So I'd actually you can C tier. Frieza. Well, obviously, amazing design. I think he's really well written. Now, deep, that's kind of the problem. I don't think Frieza is that deep of a character than just being an evil guy, unfortunately. But then I think he's got the cool factor. I think the concept of his character being the basically space Hitler versus, you know, the legendary Super Saiyan Goku, who is, you know, if you know, you know. There's a funny concept there. And then he's very clever, creative with the whole finger beams. You never see that. But, well, actually, never mind. It's the return of the finger beams, which wasn't done with. Who does that? I'm just trying to think. Besides, like Tao Pai Pai, of course. No one. So he brings that back. You know, he has a tail, so he's able to fight with a tail, which is kind of cool. he even tries to blow up the Earth because he knows he can survive in the vacuum of space. So that's, I mean, that's creative and clever. So, yeah. Dr. Gero. I actually like the way Dr. Gero is designed. I think it's fine. And I like the robo-brain aspect of it. How well is the character written? I would actually say he's pretty well written for what he's, for him being like the leader of, and the creator of the androids, right? So. How deep though? I would argue he's not that deep. Unfortunately, he's just an evil scientist. Well, actually, if you're a Dragon Ball fan, he has some depth because he's supposed to be the one behind all the androids from the Red Ribbon arc in Dragon Ball. So there's that. I think, unfortunately, he would go down because. Though I think he's cool. I also like old man villains, though. I'm a sucker for the old guy that can beat your ass. There's something about that that's kind of funny. Is the concept of the character well thought out? I think that's the unfortunate part where, because of what happens in the Cell arc, I don't think he's that well thought out. So, he'd be down to an A. And, I mean, the whole absorbing energy, I think, is very creative. The concept of his character, besides the whole him wanting to live forever, and he kind of, it's written that way through the whole him absorbing life energy. There's that. It's just, yeah, the whole, is the concept of his character well thought out? He's unfortunately not there. Because I don't think he was, I think he was kind of just thrown to the side to make for these two fuckers. Who I think are well designed. How deep are the characters though? Not really. They're not. They're kind of just. They kind of just show up. You don't know anything about them, and they're just kind of strong, right? So, I'd say they're not that deep. How well are they? Are the characters written? Ooh. And here's the problem. They're just kind of there. They're kind of just a destructive force of nature. But I guess I wouldn't say they're written badly though, right? They serve the purpose of the story. But then again, they kind of just become MacGuffins for this fucker. So at that point, I would also say I don't think they're written well, or the concept of the characters aren't well thought out. I don't think anyone in the Cell arc besides Cell have their concepts well thought out. Cool factor? I don't really necessarily think they're cool though. So they would go down a bit. Well, let's see. I think the design fine, right? Go down a bit. That kind of put Cell there. Got sidetracked. I think the design fine. They're You can tell what characters they are from the designs. They're whatever. They're not like what I look into. And I say the same thing about, I guess. I did say I like the way Dr. Dro is designed. Yeah, no. Even his goofy little outfit, right? I just like the way... like, more so of his face, right? The fact that he's like a robo-brain. And then the whole hand absorbers are kind of cool. So, and these guys just are like... Yeah, the problem is they're just kind of humans, but are also super strong because they're robots. Or cyborgs and whatever. So, kind of a knock on design, in my opinion. How well is the character written? I think they're written well. I don't think any Dragon Ball characters, not written well. How deep are the characters? Unfortunately, not that deep. Like, 16 has some depth to her, but unfortunately gets dragged down by 17's kind of just arrogance. Like, they have, they're not, like, mindless robots. But there is no real depth to them besides just being kind of evil. Cool factor. I would actually say no, they're not that cool. It might be blasphemous next to the Ginyu Force. Oh no. Because now it's like, is the concept of the character well thought out? And I actually would argue no, they're not. How clever or creative? Ooh. This might be the first F tier, the androids. And this is mainly speaking as the villains, right? I think they're probably the worst of the villains. Damn. Yeah, they don't make any points on my requirement list. Oh no. They're D at least, because I think they're at least well written for what they're supposed to be. But other than that, they don't really make it. Oh wait, no. Cell. Alright, well, Cell, I like his design's good. I would say remove all the spots, but it's whatever. How well is the character written? I would say Cell is pretty well written. How deep is the character? He just wants to be the perfect life form. So, there's not much depth to him. Cool factor. He's pretty cool. To say that Cell's not cool, would be a huge lie. Is the concept of the character well thought out? Yeah. I think Cell's, unfortunately, the only character in the Cell arc who, understandably, with his name being part of the arc, is the most thought out of the characters. How clever or creative are the characters? Pretty clever. He's pretty clever. Especially when he can use pretty much most of the Z Fighters' attacks. Now this fucker. I like his design. It's simplistic, but it's... you look at it and he's you can obviously tell this is a menacing and chaotic motherfucker. Um, and I guess this would also mean like his other forms, which are also I think very good. How well is the character written? I think very well. How deep is the character? Uh That makes me think, how deep is King Piccolo besides just the whole him being the evil half of Kami. Yeah, I'd actually have to put him lower with the whole. He is still, at the end of the day, just a big bad evil guy who's just evil. Um, cool factor. I think he has way more, like, besides, like, you know, first version of Boo. Everything else is pretty much, he has that cool factor to him. His concept of the character is well thought out, and yes. Yeah, for being, literal, the incarnation of chaos, destruction, I think it's pretty well thought out. How clever, very clever. The whole, him being able to use his, like, gum-like form to basically be impenetrable is great. The fact that he just learns right on the spot, like this, almost the same way as Goku, is pretty scary, and you don't really see that. Well, I guess besides Cell. But like him using his like arms to do weird and goofy shit, like fire them in the ground and then kick you, like a Looney Tunes character from where you're at. Right. So. All right. Yeah. A tier. That's pretty easy. Might be a B tier, but let's see. I do like her design. I think she's well written, though I do think she drops down a point for. I don't think she's that deep of a character, of a villain. Cool factor, I think she has. she's very cool. She doesn't really need to do anything. She just has a lot of cool moments. Mainly just kind of. Maybe just because of her design. But. Nah, they're pretty cool. As to me. Is the concept of the characters well thought out? I would say so. Kind of crazily for how well or how weirdly Daimo was constructed. I would say she kind of was consistent throughout the whole time. How clever or creative. I think, I mean, her going out and making 2 more Boos is very clever. Is the concept of the character well thought out? I know I said that, I mean, she was consistent throughout all of Daima, but was that... I'm just trying to think of concept of the character well thought out. Yeah, for her being wanting to just be the next ruler of the demon world or realm. I think it was fine. Yeah, it's just she's not a very deep character. I was just thinking, damn it. I was just thinking about if King Piccolo was clever or creative, and I just remembered he literally makes demons by throwing up eggs. So that's pretty clever and creative. Alright, this motherfucker that most of Dragon Ball fandom hates for some reason. I think is well written. I like his design. I know most people just think it's Jiren 2.0, but that's fine with me. And here's the thing, he's not that deep of a character as well. Most Dragon Ball characters aren't deep besides like Vegeta. I'd probably even argue Vegeta at this moment isn't that deep of a character besides just being a... Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Kind of easy. Let's continue with Goma. How well is the character written? I think he's written very well. Even, I know people don't like his character. You can't say he's not well written for what he's supposed to represent. How deep is his character? Not really. How cool factor? I think he becomes kind of cool at the end, which is kind of the point. So that's fine by me. Is the concept of the character well thought out? I would say so. And then I would also argue he's pretty clever and creative with his like magical stuff. What did I say for Nappa? I think the design fine. I think his character's well written. I don't think he's deep. And unfortunately, I don't think Vanappa is cool. His concept of the character is well thought out. Yeah. Oh, clever, yeah. Oh, wait. Designed well. Oh, not deep. Oh, yeah, okay, no, that's perfect. Zamasu. I think he's designed really well. I like his design. How well is the character written? Honestly, even with the weird ending, I think he's written pretty well. How deep is the character? Honestly, probably one of the deeper villains we've had. I think he has the cool factor. I think the concept of his character is well thought out. He might be an S tier. As weird as it is, I think he might be an S tier villain. Because I think he's very clever. Well, nah, because the whole fusing with himself, with his other being, was kind of cool and clever to make himself more powerful. That might be blasphemous for a lot of Dragon Ball fans, but yeah, I would argue that for Dragon Ball, I'd say Zamasu's an S tier villain. I don't even care about how he ends in a weird way. That's just how the arc ends, not his character, though. I think him becoming like a weird thing that like never, because he's a god who wishes for immortality, and that's what happens. Because you never really see what happens with someone who has immortality, and that's what would happen. I kind of don't mind it. Baby. Honestly, he might be another S tier villain, in my opinion. With his design being very cool, I think he's a well-written character. Honestly, he has some depth to him as well, with the whole Tuffle race and him being the last, I guess, technical survivor of said race. Or something like that. I don't think, I think he is a Tuffle, or he was created by the Tuffle to then take revenge. He's basically the Tuffle's cell, in a sense. I think he's very cool. I think the concept of this character is well thought out. And I think he's like, his whole like mind control parasite thing is very clever and creative. So I would argue, yeah, Baby's also an S tier villain. Now this this motherfucker. Ooh, let's see. I personally don't mind his design at all. I think it's fine. I do think it is a little weird though. He's wearing like his design is everywhere though. It is kind of everywhere. But you know what? I actually don't. His design is kind of weird now that I'm looking at it. How well is the character written? Not very well. Also, not very deep of a character, just being the two fusions of 17, one from Earth and one from, or another cell created from Hell, right? So I would argue that he has some cool factor to him, though, at the very least. You know, because guess what? He's Super 17. And I think, you know, him bringing back the whole energy absorption thing is cool. And with it, he does some pretty clever and creative stuff. So damn. Honestly, him being ranked at least a little bit above the androids is kind of crazy. But that is what it is. That's why I have this little ranking requirement point system. The Shadow Dragons. I think they go down in design. I think their designs are kind of all over the place and not necessarily good. How well are the characters written? Not very well. I would say they have some depth to them, being the whole them being the wishes granted by, or them being the reincarnations of certain wishes, right? I think there's some depth to that I kind of like. Cool factor. I'd say they're cool though. At least some of them. Ooh. Well, I'd say, unfortunately, not all of them though. I'd say less of them are cooler than the ones that are. Unfortunately, so it's kind of like the Ginyu thing. Ooh. Let's see. Not designed well. They're not really written well. They're not that deep. They kind of lose in the cool factor with the other dragons kind of not being that cool. They're not really well thought out, but I do like the cleverness of what the Shadow Dragons are. Right? And what they are supposed to represent and what they kind of do. So I'll give them that. I'm gonna say this is kind of crazy that Super 17 is this high. It is unfortunate because the Shadow Dragons they're a group, so they have to be kind of ranked individually and then grouped together. So I say like how I did it with the Ginyu forces, like I said, with Ginyu and Gudo being like the creative, more so on the creative side than Rakum and Rakum and Jason Birder. So kind of the same thing that applies to some of the Shadow Dragons, where some of them are cool, have some of a decent design, but not all of them, or most of them have kind of weak design versus some that don't. So, all right, well, there's the Dragon Ball. Now to One Piece. You know what? No, I'm fine. I gotta go get a drink first, though. Okay. Um, Arlong. I think he's got a good design with the whole being like a shark man. How well is the character written? I'd say pretty well. How deep is the character though? Eh, I'd say not that deep. He's got the cool factor. I think he's pretty cool. Uh, I think the concept of his character is well thought out. Unfortunately, I don't think anything he does is clever or creative. He just kind of stabs you with his nose. Eh. So, design, pretty well. It's pretty good. How well is the character written? Very well written, in my opinion. And that, I think, includes if the concept of his character is well thought out, which is, in my opinion, it is. He's got that cool factor, I think. His power is very cool. And he's very clever and creative with said power. Honestly, he's an S-tier villain, it seems. And, I mean, I would have no argument against that. Though, I guess he would fall short to not... Because we don't know anything about Blackbeard. So for that, he doesn't really... There's no real depth to him. It just being, I'm evil. So, I do think that, goes down a point for that at the very least. Design? I think he loses a point for design. How well is the character written? Honestly, I think the character's... He's a a goof character, but even as a goof character, he's pretty well written. How deep and cool factor? Yeah, he's not that deep, and there's no real cool factor to him. But I do think the concept of his character is well thought out, and he has clever uses for his powers. The fact that he eats shit and becomes that. I think that's at least very clever and creative. Alright. Big Croc. Wonderful design. Simple, but it works. How well is he's very well written. Not a deep character though. He is just kind of an evil guy. That's it. He's got the cool factor. I think the concept of his character is well thought out. And his sand powers are... I think he uses it pretty cleverly. The whole, like, him making, like, sand tornadoes and whatnot. Anel. He's got a good design. I like his design a lot. How well is the character written? I'd say pretty well. He's not that deep of a character, though. He definitely has the cool factor and the concept of him just being kind of the, it's a god. And taking over a nation, declaring himself as a god is kind of good. Oh yeah, actually, I would say he is pretty clever because he has like the whole transformation thing he does. So at the very least, he is creative. This fucker. His design is good. I think he's very well written. Unfortunately, I also don't think he's very deep, besides just being an evil guy. Who is always evil. For some reason. And we don't really get into why that is. Definitely has the cool factor. His concept, the concept of the character is well thought out. Well... No, yeah, for being like the I guess secret hand of the government of One Piece. I think it's pretty it's well thought out. How clever or creative I forgot what the power system they use. Or whatever little the thing that really fly around, or I know the finger pistol, like those modes or whatever. I think that's pretty clever. So he's at least an A tier. Alright, now this fucker. Probably a hot take, but I like his design. I think he's pretty well written. Yeah, you know what's funny? I think he's deeper than any of these One Piece characters. That's probably a hot take, but it is true. For him being like the embodiment of what happens when you go into the the next area, names are go over my head, unfortunately. But he's like the whole symbol of, even if you're so powerful, you're gonna get knocked down. And he just he got depressed and got fat and got fat and lazy, and then was trying to do it the easy way. So I think there's some depth to that, more so than these other characters. The Grand Line. Yeah, the Grand Line. And what's up, Lotario? Hope you're doing well. Right after my own heart. I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Didn't feel too well yesterday. I think I just ate. Fortunately, I think I ate something bad. So, but I am feeling much better now. So, okay, let's continue. Cool factor, and maybe a hot take, but I think I think Mario is very cool. I like his shadow powers. Concept. I think the concept of the character is also well thought out. And like I said, the shadow power stuff is, I think, very clever and creative. Probably a very blasphemous place to put him in the S tier spot. But with all my requirements, he kind of matches that. I really dig Moria a lot. Oh yeah, this guy. The design. I think his design is good. I mean, he just is wearing like a navy jacket with a Hawaiian shirt. It's simple, but it weirdly works. And then how well is the character written? I think it's written well. Though I don't think he's that deep of a character. He is just kind of evil marine guy at the end of the day. Cool factor, I think it's very cool. I think it's the lava stuff and what he does with the lava stuff. What is it? He doesn't really do... No, wait, no, he does. He does some cool stuff with the lava. He, like, shoots it up in the air and it creates, like, a lava rain. I think the concept of the character, I think, is very well thought out. Well, for what he is, yeah. Just being the Marine who thinks the Marines are all for justice. He's been thinking about that. He's the He's basically Jiren, but for the Marines. At least that's the best way I can think of it. Cool. Oh yeah, I'd still say he's a good and very cool villain. Hody Jones. Funnily enough, I think his design is very good. I like his design. Especially when he goes all raging buff form. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, it's still going to be based around my thoughts and opinions. I don't care what your thoughts are. Or they're not. That sounded rude. That sounded rude. I mean, in the rude way, but you know. They're not going to intervene with my thoughts on these characters. So Hody Jones, I think his design's very good. How well is he written though? Blasphemous take. I think he's actually written very well for what he's supposed to be representing, which is strength through the easy way versus Luffy's strength through hard work and dedication. So, that'd be more so... No, I would argue he's pretty well written. I get it. Okay. Just wanted to say. The cons cool factor, I'd argue Hody Jones is pretty cool. I think the one point where he doesn't get is I don't think he's that clever or creative with what he does. Now, I think the Fishman arc is awful, or not awful, but I don't think the Fishman arc is that good. But I don't think it's not because of Hody Jones, in my opinion. I think Hody Jones is probably the more interesting part of the arc. Besides, and then, the lore building. Nah, yeah. It's a weird place to put him because I know it's I mean, to be fair, I have Moria as an S tier character, which would be probably blasphemous on most people's tier list. Yeah, his design I think is good. I think his character is pretty well written. I think he even has some depth to him, more so than the other villains. I think he definitely cool factor though is a tough one. I guess I wouldn't necessarily say he's cool though, but I definitely think he's well written. And the concept of his character and what he's supposed to represent is well thought out. Gonna have a perfect place next to Arlong. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, then you have Caesar. I actually like his design. I don't think any One Piece villain is necessarily badly written. Now that I'm thinking about it. He's not a deep character. He's just kind of an evil scientist, and that's it. The concept of the character. He's just kind of an evil. Then just being an evil scientist, I guess that, yeah, written pretty well in that regard. I'd also say he's pretty clever and creative with his, like, you know, gas powers. Cool factor, though? I don't think I would call Caesar cool. I like his design. I think he's well written. Not deep. Not that cool. Concept. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Oh my god, and you have this fucker. Well, honestly, I could just think now is probably another S tier villain. Because his design's amazing. He's pretty well written. Definitely a deep character with his backstory and everything. He's definitely very cool with his string powers, and that kind of ties in that he uses those string powers very cleverly. And the concept of his character is well thought out. So, yeah. Easy S tier villain. I forget this guy's name. Sanji's dad. I mean, he's not that deep of a character. He's just another evil scientist guy. But I would also knock him. I don't think his design is that great as well. Personally. Vegapunk, I forget too. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. That I really like that art, but then again, I'm not very good with names, so how well is the character written? I think he's written very well, at the very least. Cool factor though, I also wouldn't call him cool. I don't look at this character and like all the things he does. I don't say he's cool. Ooh. I think the concept of his character is well thought out, but I don't think it really does anything clever or creative. He's a now that I think about it, he's a worse Dr. Gero. Where he's like he made all these androids and whatnot, but he then doesn't do anything for himself to make himself. I guess yeah, no, I don't think he does. I don't think any of him is cybernetic, which is insane to me. Yeah, he's kind of he serves his purpose, but he is kind of a weak, one of the weaker main villains. Here's a good villain. Maybe even S tier. You got Big Mom. Honestly, great design. Big old cartoon lady. Perfect for her powers. And written very well. Honestly, has some kind of a scary, deep backstory. I think also does some clever shit with her powers, which in fact makes her very cool. And the concept of of her character is very well thought out, in my opinion. Trying to think like cat fell asleep and then rolled over. Alright. Because essentially at the end of the day, she is also kind of just, I guess it comes down to, it's kind of the same thing with Flamingo's backstory, where he is kind of already a dickhead, but then he gets like an actual reason to become an more evil dickhead. So I do like that. It's kind of the weird. It's kind of the same thing with Big Mom, where her backstory, I guess, doesn't really make her into a villain, but with him in the with her in the chef, it makes sense in a weird, fucked up way. And it's a little bit more depth than you get than all the other characters. Where I forget his name, but he was the start of it. Can you see my cursor? Oh, you can't even see my. That would be nice to see. Oh, you should be able to. Oh. Okay, there it is. My OBS is being weird. Yeah, I was gonna say, it felt like they were gonna give this motherfucker a backstory, but it kind of just didn't happen. Like, you see him as a kid, and then he's just like an evil kid, and then you don't get anything else. Where I feel like he's like the rough draft to like Flamingo's character in a way. Which it kind of works. This motherfucker, on the other hand, I'm probably already gonna put in A tier for right now because I don't think he's I don't think he's that deep of a character. He is also just kind of another I'm evil. Well, I guess you get the backstory of him. Which I don't know. I don't think I like comparatively to Big Mom's in the other ones. I don't think his is like that insane. It's probably it. It's the most like natural pirate background, which is weird to say. Like he was captured by the government and like locked up. Like there's not really anything creative there. So yeah, it's trying to think of like some more of his like backstory, and there really isn't anything there to grasp. So he's at least an A tier. I do like his design though. I do like Kaido's design at the very least, and then even in his dragon form, I think it's kind of cool. How well is the character written? I don't think he's written badly. But I don't think he's like... I don't think he's like... Problem with Kaido is that he's just a big brute. And there's like I'm trying to think of these other villains where it's like, oh, why they are at least a little bit more compelling. Yeah, I wouldn't say Kaido's like badly written though. I just think he's okay. We talked about how he's not very deep of a character. I think he's cool, at the very least. Got some cool factor to him. So, I do think the concept of the character is well thought out. Unfortunately, like being a dragon, half dragon kind of guy, he kind of just smacks Luffy around with his club and doesn't really do anything else. Like you never see him. You would think he'd be able to like breathe fire in this form, but he never does. I'm just trying to think, like, even in his dragon form... Like, his dragon form... His dragon form has some cool stuff, but... That's not true. Maybe I'm misremember. Okay, I definitely then misremembered that then. I don't I don't remember that part. Can't fly though. That is weird. Because you would think that he would be able to at the very least, even with his dragon form not having wings. So you would think he wouldn't need wings in order to fly. Or I guess he could technically fly. What he would need to do is, I guess, use the clouds and fly around, but he can't naturally fly. But I guess that's kind of what the dragons do, is they make clouds and then use that pseudo fly. Well, I guess yeah, he does like the beam, but I guess what I was thinking of is like he doesn't. Well, I guess he doesn't really breathe, but Kaido never breathes fire, even as a dragon. So, which is a weird thing, but not like, I guess not the outside. But I guess like other than that, he's again the kind of problem is that he's as much of a brute as like Nappa was, in my opinion. Oh, poor. Well, it's like an energy beam. Like that's like him like throwing out a. It's like the Nappa beam, where he does the same thing, where he throws out a giant beam from his mouth. That's fire, though. Yeah. I get it. I just want like flames to come out of his mouth. Which I think he probably again that arc was so long, and I did watch it 2 years ago, I think. So I don't remember much of that arc. So, bro, get down. Where was that? The concept of the character well thought out. Well, he's just kind of a big. Let me see where I place him. I think his design is cool. I think the character's well written, especially with all the history behind him. Definitely not a deep character. I definitely think he has the cool factor. The concept of the character, I mean, also is well thought out. Especially since he was kind of the big bad that was talked about throughout pretty much all of One Piece. Yeah, it's kind of the clever or creative part of him where I'm kind of torn. think, because I'm split because his dragon form I think does way more cooler like things than his base form does. I think I'll just put him in. Mainly because of his dragon form. I'd put him in A. Alright, well. That's the One Piece character. Yeah. Alright. One more hour. That was a weird, Doc Ock. Now, I've chosen, like, these ones because, there's so much media that they're in, and they all kind of have different, aspects to them, but usually are kind of kept the same with some of the stuff. Especially, like, how the characters are in most media. So, because it's like there's like the Spider-Man 2 movie, and then you have the Spider-Man cartoons, which are definitely different characters, but are inevitably also the same. Where like they're usually never portrayed differently. Like, he's always going to be the professor to Spider-Man, or Peter Parker, right? In that aspect, and eventually goes crazy. So, in that regard, as corny as it is, I do love his design. I don't think there's ever been a, like, bad... Oh, well, no. There's usually always one bad design of a character, or especially these, old-ass Marvel characters. There's always going to be one. But necessarily, usually the designs are pretty well done. How well are the characters written? Like, how well is usually Doc Ock written? At least in the medias that I have seen him in, which is the Spider-Man cartoon and, Spider-Man 2. It's pretty well written, those shows. And I would say he's a decently deep kit. Yeah, I'd say there's some depth to him. Mainly because of usually how Doc Ock starts is that he's a normal scientist that then just goes crazy over his work. And then there's something that has to be done with the like, he has to do some crazy stuff with his work. I'm trying to think of like how, or if they gave a reason why he went crazy in the cartoon. Yeah, it's usually, yeah. Well, in the cartoon it was because he was trying to get money for his project. So. It was like that in the, I think, the video game too. Which I think there's I'm just trying to look at these characters. I think at least there's more depth to that than, you know, some of these other characters. How deep? I wouldn't say that deep, but he's definitely deeper than, yeah, like I said, these other characters. Cool factor. I mean, I think it's very cool. Concept of his character, well thought out. Yeah. Uh, like he's so hyper fixated and on his work and wanting to complete it that he'll basically do anything. Clever. I would say, I mean, being a mad scientist, you'd have to be somewhat clever. Uh, though, hmm. I think I would rank him down because essentially, as much as I like him and like his tentacles, uh, that kind of all he does besides like the uh his little robots that he usually makes. And you know, I like robots, but they're not usually the most interesting things, so yeah, no, I think that's fair. You got this fucker, the Green Goblin, who, you know, as corny as it is a very well designed costume. I think it's really nice that it's weird that the Spider-Man movie just makes them all green. So it just looks like he's like a it almost makes him look naked when you go look back at his old costume or the old costume design. So I also like the contrast with the purple against the green. So how deep is the character written? I'd say pretty well. It's kind of the same thing as the, which I mean, Spider-Man has a lot of evil scientists, mainly because Peter Parker is also a scientist. So, but obviously he's gone crazy because of the weird like super serum that he takes. Which then like fucks with his brain and then gives him like a I was just trying to think it either I think it's more of like a split personality type thing. So I don't know if he's because originally he's also kind of uh, an evil fucker who then just becomes even more evil. So think everything else, he's fine, right? Because I do think he's well written most of the time. I do think he has that cool factor, even though he's kind of dorky. Well, to be fair, most villains in this era and usually are kind of corny, so. And the concept of the character. He's basically the it's a weird comparison, but he's basically the Joker to Spider-Man. So in that regard, I'd say he works pretty well. And I would say he's at least more clever and creative with all his weaponry, like his pumpkin bombs. Or at least more creative than, you know, anything that Doc Ock usually does. We got Kingpin. Which, what is it, in the Spider-Man cartoon is so funny. His backstory is, like he's running away from the cops or something like that, and he couldn't climb the, he couldn't climb the ladder to the, I don't know what they're called, but the ladder that climbs up on top of the building. And so, I don't think it's ever explained that he's like a mutant in a sense, but it's more so given the appearance that in jail he just gets super large. So I'm trying to think of when they are, or when it's told that, because I'm pretty sure he's like a mutant. Anywho, I do like his backstory. It's kind of goofy and funny. His design, I mean, I feel like you saw Kingpin. I mean, he's got a good design to him. Like, you know that's Kingpin when you see him. Alright. Okay, there's a few more. How well is the character written? He's pretty well written. Especially for, someone who's like the main villain for a bunch of heroes, right? I mean, I like, as much as I like his backstory, I wouldn't say he's that deep of a character. I would also say the concept of the character is well thought out. Cool factor, I don't think he's that cool of a character. I don't see Kingpin thinking, oh, that guy's cool. Yeah, he's also not very clever or creative with what he does, because he's kind of just a big, strong brute at the end of the day. So, yeah, it's a weird picture, but Mr. Freeze. His design, well, it kind of varies, but usually his design is, pretty good. The character, I mean, his basic storyline, it's pretty well written, right? With his whole revenge for Nora, I think is his wife's name. How deep of the character? Well, with the whole, like, Nora thing, I'd say there's some depth to him. Cool factor that, I mean, he is Mr. Freeze after all. Concept of the character well thought out. Yeah, and with the whole ice powers, I think he's usually pretty creative. Well, besides like just freezing people, not really, actually. now that I think about it, I do like ice stuff, but it's not that clever. The Joker, on the other hand, great design. Usually is well written, besides a few instances. How deep is the character? The problem with the Joker is that there's so many stories around this motherfucker where usually, like, other villains, besides, like, the ones that have a blank slate to them, are, very widely between each, like, variation of Joker. So, kind of a hard one, but usually the Joker is kind of written somewhat deeply. I do think Joker is kind of cool. There's a weird cool factor with him. I would say the concept, honestly, is weird, but I do think Joker is like an S tier villain. I do think he's one of the more clever villains out there, and creative. Okay, yeah. I didn't think that he would be an S tier. I would think that at least A. Oh, is the character written very well? How deep is the character written? Usually pretty deep. There's a cool factor to him. Usually the concept of the character is pretty well thought out. I mean, he's the chaos to Batman's justice and order. And yeah, usually pretty clever and creative. Now this is the animated Batman the Animated Series, Clayface, specifically. Mainly because I don't really know anything or any other version of Clayface, and I really like this version of Clayface. Because I like his design, like his big, giant, like, mud monster look. I think this version of Clayface is really well written. Definitely, it's got some depth. Like most villains out of the animated series, though, I feel like have some good depth to them. To be fair, so cool factor. I honestly, where do they think that this Clayface is very cool? And I think the concept of the character is well thought out, and the fact that they can pretty much shapeshift his whole body into anything, into anyone, is also very creative. Basically, just like Batman Sandman. Which... and then you have Shredder, which I'm not much of a TMT fan, but I definitely like just grew up around it. So I mean, his design's amazing. I love Shredder's design. Usually most of his designs are really good. Come on. Oh, come on. Now, how well is he written? The problem with Shredder is that he's kind of just written to be cool and evil. Which I guess, when, you know, he's good for a villain, but he's either... I guess that's where it comes down to how deep of a character Shredder is, and sometimes there's some depth, but I don't really think there's much depth to him. Like, I guess I wouldn't say he's a bad villain, so I guess he is, what, you know, at least written somewhat well. Definitely not a deep villain. Definitely has that cool factor to him. The concept of the character, I guess. Is it really well thought out? Because I would argue that he is very clever and creative with the stuff he does, especially just making more mutants and whatnot. And I guess, you know what, just be the big bad of a giant ninja organization. It's, you know what, yeah, he's pretty well thought out. Oh, you got just this guy's face. So this is the Absorption Man from the Hulk movie, which in this version is also the Hulk's father. So, design-wise, I don't know, you can't really, I mean, it's just kind of a normal dude. Yeah. Which kind of, at the end of the day, is Absorption Man, because his whole thing is that he absorbs materials and then his skin becomes that or whatever. or he becomes that whatever material he he absorbs. So when it comes down to when he is using that power, he does look very cool. So I will give him that. So, because judging off by, his normal design, not really much. I think the character's really well written for being technically the literal source of Bruce's trauma. That kind of ties in how I do think has a lot of depth to his character. Nah. He has some depth to his character, because he's like, no, I turned you into what you are to protect you. In that kind of, he has that kind of mentality. Concept of the cool factor. I think he kind of loses that though. I wouldn't say this guy is cool. But his powers are kind of very cool, and he uses them very cleverly. So I will give him that. As well as I do think the concept of his character is very well thought out in this movie. Oh, you got this version of Doctor Doom. Which, they did keep his, like, I guess classic look. Which they never did again for some reason. So, at least on that point, he gets the design requirement. How well is the character written? He's like, what, his main thing is that he's angry because he was forced to have this, like, metallic body or whatever. And he's, like, not in the limelight. Unlike the Fantastic Four was. Some kind of, like, some petty stuff like that. I don't remember particularly too well. It's been forever since I've seen this movie. I guess in that regard, I don't know if he would be written well, but I would argue that the concept of the character, is well thought out. I don't know about written well. Yeah. And in the movie, I would argue that he is also not, for being Doctor Doom, he's also not very clever or creative, which is kind of a not very Doctor Doomish. um, designed well. Well, is the character written? I think pretty well. How deep is the character? I think pretty deep. Is a cool factor. I guess yeah, actually, I don't know. The whole deep thing is interesting, especially with its character. Design, how well is the character written? Character well thought out. Yeah, I think that's fine because I do think his design is good. I don't think he's because I guess comparatively to the to the other characters that are in the B tier, I would argue that he is probably written about the same. I would say he's definitely has some depth to the character. He's definitely cool. I think the concept is well thought out, and unfortunately, I don't think he's very creative or clever with the powers that he should have in that movie. Now this guy, the notorious Spider-Man 3 film, which, in my personal opinion, Sandman was the true villain of that movie. Fine. Fine. Sandman. Yeah. I think it is. I mean, they kept his classic design, which is good. I mean, I don't think he really needed to do much. He's just a normal guy with a striped T-shirt. YouTube shorts are attention. Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, I try to at least keep somewhat away from them. Well, as the character, I think the character is written extremely well in this movie. And I think he has a good amount of depth to his character, with the whole him stealing money for his daughter's cancer or sickness. Uh, he's also very cool. I love Sandman. I've always liked these weird. It's kind of the reason why I like Clayface. I like these weird transforming characters that can shape shift their bodies into weapons. Its concept of the character well thought out. Yeah, I mean this Sandman I think is an S tier written character. Personally, like I said, I think he's the best part of that movie is Sandman. Which honestly, I feel like that whole movie could have been just like Sandman and maybe Venom. The Venom part of that movie was weird though. Besides the suit stuff, once it became just Venom becoming a picture, which I mean that Venom design is awful. uh, Anywho, yeah, Sandman should have just been the only villain of that movie, but for some reason they wanted 3 villains. We got Abomination from the other Hulk movie. the only other like 2 Hulk movies that we'll ever get ever. Because Disney is somehow, or for some reason, afraid of making a Hulk movie. I guess, well, actually they did, but they did. They made a Hulk movie, but without the Hulk, which is crazy, and it wasn't even a very good movie, which is even more crazy. But I kind of like the Abomination in this film. Because if I'm thinking correctly, he is supposed to be the guy from this Hulk movie who's like the general or like that one soldier or whatever that gets in like Bruce's face with the whole like sticky bomb. Like yeah, the sticky bomb stuff that he gets trapped in the wall. I could be totally wrong, but anyway, if it's not him, regardless, I like the aspect of this man's main motivation is that he just wants to fight the Hulk, and he was going to do anything to to fight the Hulk. I kind of weirdly like that. His design, I like this weird, kind of fucked up looking Hulk as a design, where you see all of his fucking bones and shit. Uh, it's weird that the one thing they don't have on this Abomination is his like his face fins, and honestly, I don't mind that. I don't mind that they don't have that. How well is the character written? I think pretty decently well. Though how deep of a character? Well, like I said, I do like the fact that he's just some guy who's just like, I'm going to fight the Hulk and I'm going to fight him no matter what. Even after he gets his fucking bones crushed with one punch from the Hulk. It's fucking sick. I don't know. I love that. It's goofy, but it kind of works for me. But it's not deep at all. I do think he's very cool. It's a concept. I think the concept is pretty well done. But I guess, you know, he is just big punching man. No, he's not very creative or clever. Oh fuck, I forget what the actual like hero, the villain name for this, but this fucker from Iron Man 1. Um, Ironmonger, I think is what his villain name is called. And I really love this behemoth of a mech outfit. Now how well is he written? For the story, I think pretty well. I think this character's pretty well written. Though how deep of a character he is just kind of a greedy corporation man, which is, not that deep. Cool factor, I will say he's very cool though. And the concept of the character is well thought out for being a greedy corporation man. How clever or creative? I would... Oh, this is hard. The clever and creative part of this character. Because I think, putting the suit together was pretty clever. But I guess he doesn't really do it. So in that regard, I probably would say he's not that clever or creative, unfortunately. You have movie Thanos, because, to be honest, most of Thanos. Well, I guess I would talk about it when I talk about the depth of the character. Now, first off, is design, which I think is designed well, and especially he's kind of like a weird modern take on his original outfit. Which isn't like a bad look. Because some modern designs of like the superhero outfits are really bad. Whereas Thanos, I don't think that is the case. How well is the character? I think the character, or this thing, I'm talking about Infinity War Thanos, not Endgame Thanos. Which I guess, well, how deep is the character? Infinity War Thanos, I would say, has a decent amount of depth to him, where they kind of just get rid of when they bring in like the alternate version Thanos, who is unfortunately the same Thanos as every goddamn Thanos in every piece of media, where he's just an evil dickhead. So I really like what they did with this Thanos in Infinity War. So I would say he's also pretty cool. I think I would say this Thanos is like an S tier, because even with like what he does with the Infinity Stones or whatever they're called, he's pretty clever in using those powers. So ooh, here we go. You know what? Easily, I'm not S tier. I really like his design. It's basically a parody of Superman, but he's America's Superman. How well this character is very well written. He's very well written with an insane amount of depth to this character. I'd also say he's cool, but also, well, it doesn't matter if he's like weird. The concept of the character is honestly maybe too well thought out. It's kind of crazy how just honest, just well written overall. This character is, and man, how he can, how he goes about doing stuff in this show is very scarily clever for what his character is. I did see that, weirdly enough. I saw that in my YouTube recommendation, but I was gonna watch, or I was gonna watch it. I was gonna listen to it, but I just didn't have time. It's so weird that you brought that up. I literally just not that long ago saw that in my YouTube recommendation. American, yeah, yeah. Oh, I would solely recommend it. Ooh, well. An American. Yeah. Well, if you like that line, you will like The Boys, because let's just say they tie religion in with like American ideology in a very funny and honestly scarily realistic way. Whereas her, not to be, I'm, I don't want to be spoiler terms in a little bit, but who? Oh, I clicked on tabs. So her design, very good, very fitting. Very well written. Deep. It's kind of scary. Deep is an interesting one where I don't think they're that deep. Yeah, I don't think they're that deep. So now. What's good, because this is spoiler stuff a little bit. I guess A tier. You know what? Because I don't think she's that deep, but everything else is pretty concept is well thought out, and very clever and creative uses of her powers and her character. I think that's all I'm going to say for now. Now, this is Injustice 2 Brainiac, who, to be fair, probably also is maybe an A tier. Actually, maybe. No, let me just think. Because design-wise, I love it. He's just a big robot cyborg. Well, it's not robot cyborgs. Make any sense? He's basically like a living tech in a sense, which is very, very cool, and I think designed very well in this game. Uh, I think they're pretty well written for what they're supposed to be, which is, alien tech trying to quote unquote preserve uh, different worlds, which, and he then locks up in his library. So, how deep is the character? I would say there actually is some depth to him, mainly through the lines of the fact that he thinks he is right in the regards of him thinking that he is doing this to preserve knowledge, because his whole thing is about gathering and collecting knowledge. So, I would argue that there is some depth to that. I would say it's very cool. I think the concept of the character is well thought out. How clever. Though at the end of the day, I think he's not that clever or creative with what he does. He kind of ends up being just Doc Ock with all of his tentacles and his little minion robots. Alright, this is an odd choice, but I was thinking about it because I was thinking of all the other superhero stuff I've seen, and Kang from the Lego Marvel game, where design-wise, I'd probably say it's not great. I don't really care for his design is kind of weird. Though I do think, weirdly enough, this character is decently written for a children's game. He's not that deep of a villain though. I wouldn't call him cool though either. Though I do think the concept of the characters is well thought out, and I would say he has some pretty clever and creative uses of his powers and what he does. So. Get back. Oh, now we got this guy. Bowser. Okay, we got a little bit more time. I mean, Bowser's design's great. I love this weird little turtle dragon guy. Not a deep character though. I don't think any Nintendo character is that deep, to be fair, or most of them, anyways. I would say he's cool though, even in the goofy sense that sometimes Bowser is. He's got his cool moments, and he even looks cool. Concept of the character well thought out. Yeah. Just being a big evil dragon that captures the princess. I mean, how clever or creative are the characters? I think they're pretty clever. I mean, When I'm thinking about like the Mario and Luigi games, he's pretty clever. Even like setting up all the traps and shit that he has across all the worlds. I mean, there's some cleverness to that. Mm, so I guess I wouldn't say they're well written. They're written. At least I will say that they are written. Uh, got Giovanni, which I mean, he is just a guy in a suit, but it is very clean. It is a very clean design. So, how well is he written? Well, I think unfortunately, most Pokemon villains are they're written to be evil, which uh, not very well. How deep is the character? Not very deep. I would say there is some cool factor, especially being the I think he was no. I actually don't know what kind of gym leader, quote unquote leader he was. The concept of the character I think is decently well thought out. He's supposed to be the big mafia leader guy who's hiding behind the veil of a gym leader. I think that's pretty well thought out. Um, Clever or creative though. Hmm. Hmm. I guess he himself isn't he doesn't really do anything clever or creative besides just being the boss. Now, K. Rool, on the other hand, uh, amazing design, being a big crocodile with a golden belly. Uh, that is not a deep character. Definitely is has that cool factor to him. I definitely think the concept of the character is well thought out. How well is he written? I'd say he's about as well written as Bowser. He's written. Concept of the I would say the concept of the character is well thought out. At you know, being the leader, basically again, just like same thing as Bowser, which is kind of fitting because he's also pretty clever or creative with everything he does. Now we have, I think their names Archie and Maxie. Anyways, Team Magma and Team Aqua. I love their designs. I looking at these characters, and then there's the remake of the games, which I do not like the redesign of these characters, and I don't understand why they needed to be redesigned because these designs are fine. Actually, great in my opinion. Not even been more than fine. So, how well are the characters written? I'd say pretty well. Them being just like expansionists of either the earth or the ocean. Not very deep characters though. I will say they're cool though, at the very least. And the concept of the characters are, well thought out. Though, I would say they're not very clever or creative. Now, Fawful. I love this weird little crazy bean guy. I think his design is great. Just a little bean in a overcoat. Simple but works. Now, how well is the character written? Pretty well. He's just like a chaotic person. He's well written that way. Not very deep. Cool factor? I wouldn't say Fawful is cool. No. He is very a goofy and chaotic person. But I wouldn't say cool. I refer to Fawful. Is the concept of the characters well thought out? Yeah. And they are also pretty clever and creative in what they do. You have this fucker from Skyward Sword, which, unfortunately, most Zelda fans don't like because, now, I don't want to be rude, but most of y'all who say Skyward Sword is bad, I'm just gonna say this with the most, I would say respect, but it's not respectful at all. You just didn't want to stand up and play a video game. You're just a lazy fucker and didn't want to stand up and actually engage with the game. Which is like the whole, like, the motion control sensor shit was the whole point of the Wii, and they made a whole Zelda game around that, which makes sense, and it felt, I guess, maybe it's a little blasphemous, but it's the only Zelda game that I actually wanted to complete, because I actually really enjoyed the whole swinging the remote and it acting as the sword. I really enjoyed that and thought it was cool. Now, granted, I understand if you're so used to playing video games with a, controller. I guess with every other Zelda game, it was like that. So, but it's like going into, like, wasn't it? Because I obviously played this game very late in its life cycle. So it just boggles my mind when I hear these complaints. It's like, Was it not ever advertised as a game that you had to use the motion controls for? And then people just went into the game and was like, "Oh my god, motion controls? What are we doing?" It's just like, did you not like read the box? Anyway, rant over. I'm sorry, but this game gets way too hated on. But thankfully, it seems like there's some redemption out there for this game. It's just like hearing anyone who says this game is bad because it or didn't get into it because of the motion controls. Weak. Sorry. Sorry. Anywho, let's rate this guy, and then I think I'm gonna take a break and then switch over to Morrowind. But I like his design. It is a little weird, but I think it fits for, you know, Zelda, since Zelda is weird. How well is the character written? It's a hard one because, again, I played this probably 10 to 12ish years ago. So, memory's a little foggy on this character. I just remember I did like him as a villain, though. I don't think he's that deep of a character, though. Like, again, most Nintendo characters aren't that deep. I do think he was very... Cat! Cat wanted to run over my fucking keyboard. Okay, back to what I was saying. Not that deep of a character. Usually most Nintendo characters aren't. How well is he written? I mean, from memory, he was pretty well written. Concept of the character. I don't think I understood the concept of this character, so I don't know. I just love the fact that I don't remember is not really a good thing. Okay. Yeah, so his design is pretty good. I think he was written well. Not that deep of a character. I wouldn't say he's cool, though. Definitely don't think he has much of a cool factor, but he is very... I do think his concept of the character is well thought out, as well as he does some pretty clever and creative stuff. Like usually, I remember his boss fights being pretty fun. All right, well, we got maybe I think like half the list. So, can I? All right, I am going to take a quick break. this saved real quick. I don't know if I can just leave this and it will be saved. Okay, well, I hope I can close this out and be fine. Do what songs? Okay, that's fine. I'll just leave this music going, and I will be right back, and we'll get on to Morrowind. Right then.
Coffee and peanut butter.
You're not putting you're not mixing coffee and peanut butter with noodles, are you? Granted, though, there is a thing called peanut butter sauce, which I do love.
An adventure arrived from me.
Everyone at once, please. Yes, coffee powder.
Ah, yes.
Well,
What is it, Mutsara?
is it good? I mean, yeah, I can't judge it till I try it, but can't help it. It does sound weird. Yes, of course, soft skin. Take this potion back to Edwina along with my apologies. With me again next time you are here. I may have some goodies for you.
Ah, how quaint. How do you do?
Yeah, it's good.
How does the day greet you, friend?
Okay. In order to advance to conjure, you must pay your guild dues of 200 septims. What? Did I do this before? I don't remember having to pay. I could also be just wrong. How much money do I don't think I even have 200 gold. What's this? Septim. Imperial coin.
Speak, traveler. Quickly, Outlander. I haven't much time.
Oh, I have 300, but Grant you the rank of conjurer. Okay. Requirement. Okay.
I must say, I find you most interesting right now. Please go ahead.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean, I find you very interesting right now? That specifically. Imperial coins in Morrowind, but I'll keep that to myself. Keep doing that. I just wish there was, or I like the idea of having different types of money, especially in fantasy games with multiple different races.
Tidings and good wishes to you.
What do I need? Intelligence and willpower at 31. Definitely there. One skill at 15, two skills at 15. Ooh, I do not have. I just need one at 50, which my destruction is almost at. So, I guess I can go do that.
Share your thoughts, friend. I enjoy the company.
Cyrilon Way. Mages Guild. Heck, I somehow acquired a copy of Chimbar. Okay. This is the 6th volume of Marbar Soul's Ancient Tales of the Dwemer. Most of the ancient tales are not truly Dwemer in origin, but this one may be an exception. It deals with some sort of golem or centurion. Borrow this movie. Give me one borrow. Yeah, sure. Probably keeps the book near her hold. Oh, near her in the Mages Guild, in fact. Whatever it takes to get the book and then return it to me. If you're caught stealing, of course, it is a crime against the guild, so be careful and take the scrolls. Just in case. Unhinging? Okay, nice. Oh wait, no, I can fast travel with the guild to get there. Okay. Never mind, it doesn't. I don't know why I thought my magic would generate.
Hail.
House Dunburn name to me, but very soul's very Velothi. Well, what if, I guess what instantly came to my head is that he was maybe born between maybe a House of Velothi, or they were, I don't know the who this person is, but They were born in or between someone from House Dunmer and from the Velothi house. Travel. 10 gold. Okay.
Well
That's
met.
way much cheaper.
What is it?
I don't know.
Speak, traveler.
Please, by all means. I'm listening.
I guess it would be someone's room.
Tidings,
She
citizen.
gave me some scroll. Rather than House Elf and Ashlander. Also, you.
Stay out of trouble and you'll have none from me.
All right,
Oh, you.
I'm intrigued. Go ahead.
How are you now? Why, I've never heard such a book. Have you? Okay, I wonder where the book is. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. Nice. Wasn't doing anything in there.
Well met. What is it?
Well, I find myself in pleasant company. Please share your thoughts.
Here's your book. Turn the book to you soon, but I have duties for you. Yeah? Distracted from my studies by several reports from Argonne. Sort of disturbance at Helene's hut. Oh, I remember this. I accidentally went to this house. I was, I think, looking for a place to sleep. Aline is a member of the guild. We really ought to do something about the disturbance. Simply haven't had time to do it myself. My research is at an absolute critical phase. Would you go to Margon and take a look for him? Sure. Excellent. Margon, I'm sure someone there can give you further directions. Take care of this for me so I can continue my studies in peace. Okay. Before I go, there should be a chest, yeah. Let's take them all.
This is unexpected, but not unwelcome. Please go ahead. Maybe if I ask, put Margon on my map, but I find myself in
doubt
pleasant
that.
company. Please share your thoughts.
Never mind.
Ah, hello. Did you want something?
No. Okay, I was saying gold. I was going to say Margon should be, I think, somewhere over here if my memory is correct. I mean, because it's only 12, so that means it has to be somewhere near. At that point, let's go over there. Not waste 10 gold for that. Yeah, it is. Okay. My brain still works. That's good. Really did it not save? Oh. Okay, no. Just pressing the wrong button. This kid like, what the? It is weirdly dark. It's not that dark on my end for some reason. I don't know why OBS is capturing it so.
Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
What do you want? Please, can you help me? My husband and I were traveling through here. We were attacked by a pack of wild Nix hounds. Yeah, there are at least 3 of them. They seem to come out of nowhere. My husband, Drerel and Darin, tried to fight them off, but they were too much for him. He was forced to flee. I tried to play dead in hopes the hounds would find no sport in me. I just hope I can find Drell before the hounds come back. There's nothing I can do for you. I'll look for your husband. Willing to do that? Thank you so much. I'm sure he didn't go too far, because the hounds seemed to have hurt him. If I remember correctly, he ran off to the west, but in all confusion, I can't be sure. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. It's definitely much darker on the stream than it is on my end. Really? This way, huh? Come on now. Oh. Well, I am going the right way. No, I guess that would be the entrance, I assume. Thought I saw there, but I bet it's just one of the guards, so. It's a magical place. This is definitely Magical place indeed. Oh, oh, it's funny. I just remembered. It's like one of the complaints that I've seen about this game is that they like to tell you wrong directions, which I don't think I ever had a problem with. Corridor, of course, but it's different. Yeah. Oh, I was like two times or something. Well, I'm just like, well, with these quests that are like the one I'm doing, they even tell you, well, I'm not exactly sure if it even is that way. So it's still like you're guessing if the direction they say to go is possibly the right way. It's also the problem that people don't want to explore anymore. Or well, they say they do, but with how so many people are just used to the checkpoint system and it telling you where you need to go. I don't know. I don't personally mind it because I don't think I've ever I don't know, I just like looking around at stuff. Don't generally have a terrible sense of direction. That is also true. Which excuse me. I don't know, I could be, because on one side I'm like, well, just get a better sense of direction. I don't know how one can do that, but yeah, I don't know, it's not my problem. I don't know if I've got such a good sense of direction. But that works with those things. I mean, I've always had somewhat of a decent sense of direction. I just like getting sidetracked and getting lost in one direction. Coming from the Red Mountain. Yes. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Still a very cool little detail to me. There's those Nyx hounds before, so. Bruh, really? Gotta raise up my destruction. It's almost, it's getting there. Need 4 more levels. And the ash storms. It's very cool thing. Jesus. Oh, what the hell? Another one, huh? Did I get too close? Funny that it started up again. Like when it It's like when it rains heavily, then stops for like 5 minutes, and then and then starts up raining again. Yeah, exactly. I'm all too used to that. Should be a small chance for storms appearing in other regions too. Oops. Well, why? I guess I don't know how far the winds are supposed to be reaching. But I guess they could be island-wide. Oh my god, it's gonna start up again, isn't it? What the hell? Just to remind everyone where they are. Just on this, I think I am, yeah. I'm like right next to it. What a little guy. How did I get that goal? Well, sometimes my thing doesn't tell me, or doesn't update until I look at it after stream. Nice, that's cool. Jesus. Traveled for thousands of years. I'm trying to find guy. Oh, it's probably there before. imagine. That's cool. You're talking about these things, right? That's like an old, like, tradition. Actually, like a lot of cultures. I think the, Miles Rocks. Yeah. Okay, I was right. Because I know, at least from knowledge, is that, I know that at least the Vikings did it. The reasons why, I don't really remember. I think each culture has a different reason. I have no clue as to which, I think like some of them were for like navigation. Oh my god, quick. Get lost. I think that's a part of it, but I think in other cultures it's like there's more of a meaning to it. I just do not remember what they were. See the car. The idea. That could be it too. But yeah, I do think it is mostly for navigating. Especially. Oh yeah, it wouldn't make sense to have that kind of thing in an ash storm area, or an area where you couldn't normally or have a hard time seeing your surroundings. Oh my god! Okay, I think I failed. Those two. So I assume One of them is nearby.
Or it's near here, at the very least.
Signposts and bridges. Hey, you know what? I can't. They're pretty both valuable items, especially in a world like this. So. You're so goofy. Yeah. That's why I chose it. I mean, there's definitely much goofier hair, to be fair. I feel like this is the least goofiest one. Been here before. Oh. Or is that the lady? That might be the lady. No, I don't think I've been here over here before, so.
What?
No, you're a
Why do you
different
disturb me?
person. You good? For what? I ask myself, do I like you enough to tell you about this? But you're the one who asked me to. Okay, well then goodbye. Fine, be that way. To be fair, me probably should at least know the person you're trying to ask for help. That's funny. The quest sucks anyways. Well, good. Good thing I'm not doing it anyways. Doesn't even like me. You're way off. Yeah. It has to be somewhere in this area. I presume it's somewhere around this area. I couldn't imagine her getting very far and leaving her, pardon me, her husband. So,
Make it quick, Outlander.
gonna have to go back out the the entrance, then loop around. It seems. All right, back to square one. Alright, I will. I'm a stubborn fucker and wanna try to figure shit out myself. Up until I figure god. Oh my god. That was a good chunk of damage. Just went to know if I sold stuff that we got fed up. That's funny. It do be like that sometimes in these older games, though. Come on, up the mountain. See, now that would make me a little angry. I guess not angry, but it would make me definitely leave me a little annoyed. That's for damn sure. I guess. I just don't I don't like being wasting time on something just to then get a kinda shitty reward. Could be more this way, huh? Okay, that was very scary because I don't know if I'm pretty sure there's still fall the damage. Or you gotta pay me 200 gold. Yeah, I don't think I've ever come across something like that. That would be kind of fucked. You can at least see that one over there. I don't know where the other one. Here. Oh, there it is. What the? Oh my god, you scared the fuck out of me. It actually scared me a little bit. This is a mountain, really. Be this little chunk left. Oh, well, I haven't gone this way. Just had mainly kind of a sad thought that these areas are kind of meant to be ugly. And I don't think people would like that in today's day and age where everything kind of has to be pretty. Oh? No, you're someone else, aren't you? You're the yeah, you I think are the witch guy. The guy who's cursed. If I'm not mistaken. So I will leave you be for now. Yeah. I guess continue this way. I mean, I need to do random stuff to increase my destruction level anyway, so going around and killing random stuff is definitely fine by me. Oh, here we go. We have more of these guys. I thought that was a person. There's a person. Yeah, okay, well, I don't think that the person I'm looking for.
Fresh game.
No. Let me do one side quest. I mean, like these areas, you could probably pretty them up a tad bit, but still feel like these areas are supposed to be ugly. Good? Okay. This is something else entirely.
I'm waiting.
Some hostile. Some mud crabs took one of these guys? What? It's a pair of them that's been hunting my guar. The other day they killed one and dragged it off. Oh, okay. They usually come from the coast to the southwest. If this keeps up, I might have to sell what I still got and move back to Tyr. Here. It's also called Dress, since it's the home of House Dress. Too hot for me, though. Practically in Argonia. Southwest, huh? Okay, that one I can kind of do. Okay, down here. Soon. I actually wonder if there is an IGN review of Morrowind. I would like to really said about this game. I'm always skeptical about IGN, mainly because of the whole it? Oh yeah, like too much water in Emerald. Let's do it. So I'm gonna do this quest and then I'm gonna see about the guy I've been searching for about. Oh, such a rat. I spend over or about an hour trying to figure out a quest. At that point, I'm just gonna. Oh. God. Hey, you two mo crabs, deal some war. What? I assume it has to be somewhere down here. Oh, here it is. Remains of the thing. Guys walking so slowly towards me. Oh my god, they hurt a lot though. Well, not enough because I'm dead. Well, I dealt with the crab, so maybe go back and tell her. Have to this way. Alright, now once I'm done with this, then I'm just gonna see about where the that guy is. Alright. Come on, up the mountain. What the? Okay, wrong way. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh. If only I had a levitate spell. I have no clue how to get back around. I guess I do have to go this way. Okay, yeah, it's this way. Okay. Let's hope he says something. What? Kind of highly doubt it, but we'll see. Come on. Okay, I'm going towards the Alright, lady, I found your guar and
Speak,
dealt with it.
traveler.
And yes, I did. You think you killed the mud crabs that were bothering my guar? Think tribe people may not have to move back to Tyr after all. You look tired. Some Hakolo? I don't know what that is, but sure. Here you go. The hard day, there's nothing better than chewing some Hakolo. Hakolo leaves might have been. Okay. The ones around here are all hostile mud crabs. Aren't every one of them hostile? Your little secret. Buy from merchants and traders who like you. You get better prices. Members of your own faction usually like. Yeah, okay. Good trade. I'm a herder. I'll watch over the tribe's herds of guar and shock. For the guar and shock and preserve their meat to feed the tribe. And the guar hides render the shock. Season the shock shells. Tribe's craftsmen take these things and make them for ourselves. And the things we sell to traders in other tribes. Ooh. Sense. Okay. Alright, well, now I need to find that guy. Which... Oh. Good. If you're still here, Lotario, I would not mind now to be told where this guy is. What? Back off. Okay. Let me fill this out first, and then I'll just gonna look it up. Oh no, I'm just scrambling around for that one guy, but I think eventually I'll need you to tell me where this guy is. Pretty much look through this whole area, basically. And I don't want to spend like an hour and a half looking for this fucker. Enough time. But I don't have the top of the mountain. I do love filling out a map, so I don't mind wandering around just to be able to fill this. Alright, let's look up here. One shot me. Oh, that was crazy. Okay, that's fine.
There's someone watching me. I can tell.
Okay. I now definitely want the info about where this guy is. Let me see. Back to Naminda? Oh, this is like some side quest that I just happened upon. Interesting. Led to the west. It's gonna head this way and then see this guy. Oh, well. What? If this is true. Now let's see if I can't find this. me get back to. Yes. Don't tell me.
What do you want?
Huh. Okay. Yeah, go there, buddy. Are you gonna follow me? Oh. Now how the hell was I supposed to find him? You're not gonna lie. I probably walked through this area, but it was so stormy I could not see him. He's wearing like the perfect disguise to hide in the sandstorm. There's no way I can just walk past him. No, actually, I did. I would have had to walk past him because I definitely went through this way. That is actually crazy. Now I gotta find your I definitely remember where she was at. She was just outside of Aldron, so what? Much easier to find her than it was to find him. The daytime and the storm is gone? Yeah, for sure. Like, I knew it was obscuring my vision, but I didn't think by that much, my god. What's my magic at? 48? Okay. More levels. Have to figure out. Trace. Okay, no, she should be over here. Why not have any? Oh no, I don't have any pants on or shoes on. Should be over here somewhere. Yep, right here. Thank the gods, we found her. Thought I'd see her again. Finding me has truly been a blessing. Thank you so much for your help. Wish I had more to offer, but please take this book. It's meant so much to the two of us. I can hope you find as much enjoyment as we have. Take care. Thank you for the book. My block skill, which I'll never use. Hey, you know what? I didn't need to do it for the book. Fire is a fun series. I do eventually want to just like read through all the books or something like that.
Where is that slave?
I at least enjoyed some of the books in Skyrim, so I assume they're very similar in that regard. About an Imperial merchant going to Valenwood. To the Valenwood jungle. Okay. me get to a sign. I was hoping that was it. It's just a tree. Wrong way. Should be going the right way. Okay, there's some signs. Let's see. Yeah. Trying to think. Might be a good stopping point now. That way, next time I can just go straight into the Margon stuff. Hopefully, I'll be able to stream on Monday. I'll be playing a lot longer, and hopefully not as late. So, but I wanted to get in a little bit of Morrowind because I definitely been playing this game last year, and I really enjoy it. So, perfect place to. Great way to play this game. I mean I feel like that's just a great way to play mostly any RPG. I feel like you ruin the fun of RPGs if you rush through it. But this one is specifically nice and taking your time. Definitely a very relaxing game. Okay, I was going to pause the ads, but it chance to, so very cool to it. I'll just wait because that is annoying. Uh I guess I was wait. I guess I was just a tad bit too late in order to pause the end. Back. All right. Good. I don't know. I usually I'm able to like at least put it on pause. I was not able to time. Anywho, yeah. Especially more. Yeah, because I was gonna say Skyrim is kind of designed to sort of rush through everything, or at least it feels that way. Which is why I kind of argue somewhat against it being really an RPG. Besides, the fact that you make your character sort of class you. It's kind of the same problem with that Fallout 4 has, in my opinion, where you're not really playing a role. I guess, well, more so in Fallout or in the Skyrim, it's more so an RPG than the Fallout 4 for sure. Uh, but not by much. Right. Well then, before my brain turns to absolute mush, and my voice is gone. Thank you all for chatting and lurking, and appreciate you both. Tomorrow is going to be the way back stream, so it's going to be playing a bunch of old ass games. So take care, stay blessed, and catch you on the next one. See you later, dudes.